All right, there it is. All right, this could even be something that maybe your pastor talked about or your youth pastor. At the end, you have your memory verse for the week. I do want you to write that out. So that is every week. I want you to write that. So let's your Bible. Look at your memory verse for this week. 1 Peter chapter 1. 1 Peter chapter 1. By the way, I think we were doing a good job really getting 2 Timothy 3:16 and 17 down, and that's good. That's important. Today we switch it up a little bit. 1 Peter chapter number 1. Everybody turn there. 1 Peter is one of the last books of the Bible. Biblical study. Who do you think wrote the book of 1 Peter? Peter. All right, Peter. All right, I know that was a shocker to everybody there, but Peter writes this book, and as he's writing it, we come to verse number 15. Verse number 15. Everybody's there? Let me read it, and then we're all going to read it together. You is holy, so be ye holy in all manner of conversation. So, we're doing verse number 15. But as he which hath called you is holy, so be ye holy in all manner of conversation. Can everyone read that together with me? 1 Peter 1, verse number 15. Everybody reading it together. But as he which hath called you... Let's do that again. All right, let's do that again. Listen, at this point, I am trusting in your reading capabilities. Do not let me down here. All right, verse 15. But as he, everyone say, reading it together. But as he which hath called you is holy, so be ye holy in all manner of conversation. Okay? Again, we've talked about this before. There is no purpose to memorizing a Bible verse if we don't understand the verse. Really, it's a huge waste of time if that's all you're doing it for, is just to memorize some words. All right? You have to understand it. By the way, let me say this one more time. This would be a silly thing to go to demerits for, but if you do not have your mask on, please put it on. I have already asked you to do that, so it's not my call. It's not the administration's here's call. This is sort of what we have to do. So if you don't like it, let's see, 6 years from now when you can vote, you can try to vote differently, I guess. But at this point, this is the what we have to do, and we've got to do that. So just help us out, and don't make it a big deal every day, because there's nothing we can do about it. But as he which hath called you, who do you think that's talking about? But as he which hath called you, who do you think? It's God. God. As he which hath called you, God is the one that has called us, is holy. Now remember, we broke down that word holy. What is a definition of holy? What is a definition? Yes, ma'am. To be set apart, to be different, right? And that's by the way we live our lives. So my life is supposed to be different. Let's get very practical. What does that mean? Well, what do you think that means in my practical everyday life? Anybody have an idea? Yeah, Emma? Be a light in the darkness. Yeah, absolutely. Be a light in the darkness. We see that all throughout Scripture being referred to. John chapter 1 talks about how Jesus was the light of the world. Let's bring that down, though, to a very, very practical level. Because I think sometimes we don't realize that the Bible is just as applicable for you, for me, for anybody. And it's not just some like pie in the sky type of words here. There's stuff that it means, stuff that we're supposed to do because of this. So if I'm supposed to be holy, what does that mean for you? That you're supposed to be holy. Okay? But as he which has called you is holy, so be ye holy. So that's the rest of the verse. I'm supposed to be holy. But what does it mean? What does that mean? Well, let's finish out the verse, because this will maybe help you. In all manner of conversation. Conversation. Give me your definition of conversation. Who can give me your definition of conversation? Nico?
Having a conversation.
Talking. Okay, that was a little better than just. I'll try to help you. If you're ever asked to give a definition, you cannot use the word in the definition because that doesn't help you understand what the word is. Talking to somebody. Absolutely. Anybody else have a definition of conversation? Yeah. Communication. We use the word conversation. We are, I would say, 99% of the time doing exactly what Nico said. Talking. But understand that is not the only definition of conversation. In fact, when it was written here, here's what it means. Everything. Communication. Can you communicate more than just with words? Yeah. Yeah, you can. I mean, let's be honest here. How many of you have ever gotten in trouble and you said the exact right things? Let me give you an example. Go do your homework. Okay, Mom. That's a good answer, right? That's the word you're supposed to say. Yeah, yes, ma'am, or something like that. Can you say it the wrong way, though? Yeah. Anyone else ever gotten in trouble for saying the right words the wrong way? Yeah, some of you, that happens a lot, right? I mean, we say the exact right words. Okay, Mom. That's probably not going to work. You know, you're probably going to get in a little bit of trouble because you said it the right way, but you said the right word, you said it the wrong way. Or you ever got in trouble for not saying anything, but maybe facial expressions? Maybe facial expressions sort of betrayed what you were thinking. Oh, I remember rolling of the eyes. Hated. One of the things I had to do growing up was piano lessons. Guys, I didn't. I am not, but I had to do piano lessons, and here's what I hate about piano lessons: having to practice a half hour a day. Big window. It'd be like my piano was over here and this window was right here. And you know that blinds were always open, and right over there was a field, my next door neighbor. You know what all my friends were always doing? We either baseball or football was what we would play. And so here I am practicing away, and I look over there and there they are. So you know what I wanted? I no longer had any interest in practicing piano. I wanted to go outside, and I've got to confess my sin to you. Sometimes I would sort of, it's been a half hour, Mom. And she knew it hadn't been a half hour. It probably had been like 15 minutes. So here's what my mom did to try to make sure. She would set a timer. Like on the oven, you guys, you set the timer on the oven. I would have to stay there until the timer went off. There's no way of getting out of that. You've just got to be there. And I remember one time I'm sitting there, and I'm playing the piano. This was at a practice, and my piano teacher was getting on me for something, and I rolled my eyes. My piano teacher was not happy. So then I left. I was going, I'm probably 4th grade now, something like that. I'm going home, and she didn't tell my dad. I'm like, yes. Because we all know that's not the kind of information you offer, right? Like if your parents ask you, how was your day? How did piano practice go? Well, I rolled my eyes at my teacher. No, you don't throw that out there, right? I mean, you're just going to go with good at that point. What I did not plan on my piano teacher was my mom. And so by the time I got home, my mom knew all about it. And you guys understand this. You ever walk in the house and they ask you a question and you know they have more information? Right? Just like the look on their face. Michael, how was piano practice? And I looked, and my thought was, does she know? That was my thought. And of course, again, you're not going to just offer this information, right? Good. You know what I found out? My sort of communication. Can you communicate other ways? My second, he likes to be in charge of everything. He's now 4 years old, and he thinks he's in charge and runs the entire world. And he believes that any toy is his. So my oldest son, who is 9, even just this weekend, he goes in there, and actually what happens, and some of you guys understand this, and girls, you have younger siblings, and some of the toys that you have, they now play with, right? I mean, especially when you were younger, like you would get these toys and now they play with them. And so what happens is sometimes a little bit of a, well, that's mine. Well, of course it's yours, Braden, but you haven't played with it for 2 years, all right? I mean, why does it matter now? But this weekend, he was playing with some of the toys Braden had. Braden walked in there and grabbed one, which he shouldn't have done, and we talked about that. My youngest son proceeded to not say a word, but slap him across the face. Okay, slap him across the face. Now, my youngest son never said a word. So in conversation, he didn't speak. But did he communicate his displeasure? Yes. You understand what I'm saying? Here's what I'm trying to say. We use this word conversation just as speaking and talking. But when we see this used right here in 1 Peter chapter 1, this is talking about any form of communication. So what is this saying? Every way I communicate, I'm supposed to be different. That's tough. No talking. That's tough. Because I don't always communicate the best. Now, oftentimes, the older you get, the better you get at what you say, hopefully. But we have, I'm hoping that if somebody picked up the ball that you're playing basketball with later today, you don't slap them across the face like my youngest son did. I'm hoping that we're past that stage, right? And oftentimes we're past the stage of even yelling at them there. But what do we do now? Now I'm going to go over to this person and be like, do you believe what that guy did? What a jerk. Let's talk bad about this person. Is my communication holy? No. I'm just saying this verse, and we'll talk about it later, but this verse is very, very important because this is every area of our life we should be different. And what does it mean by holy? Be ye holy as I am holy. What does that mean? I'm supposed to live my life like Jesus would. It was a big craze when I was probably your age. You would have like these, probably a little bit younger, WWJD. And I don't think it's nowhere near what it was back then. But what that would stand for is, what would Jesus do? That was what, they'd all these things. And this was sort of a big thing back then, is what would Jesus do? Do you know that's really an honest question that you have to look at yourself in the situations you make and the ways you communicate? Would Jesus communicate that way with somebody? And I'm not just talking about words. I'm talking about actions. This is what this verse is all about. Let's read it one more time, everybody together. 1 Peter 1, verse number 15. 1 Peter 1, verse 15. Everybody reading it with me. But as he which is holy, so be ye holy in all manner of conversation. All right, that's your memory verse. Make sure to write that down on your notes. Hey, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to give you guys a little bit of time, probably not as much as usual, a little bit of time to work on Monday's field notes. So open up your Bible to Matthew chapter 13. You're going to read the 30 verses there, and then you are going to work on that. All right, and I'm going to set up our notes, and we'll be ready to go in just a moment. And let me just remind you, as you guys are reading these, if there is a question that you have about the passage, I really respect that the chapters you guys had read that week. If there's a question, let's talk about it. Let's make sure, again, reading our Bible is not something we want to check off a checklist and just get done. Hopefully it's something we learn to understand what it is that we're reading there. And so I want to make sure that we take time for that and keep that in mind. All right. Let's go ahead, open up your books. I know I gave you less time today. Tomorrow I will give you more, I promise. I promise. It took a little bit longer on discussing the verse than I planned on. Page number 52 is where you should be at. 52. And do you have a book? What did, like the, oh, I see what they did. Okay, I see what they did. Okay, yeah, we'll just, yeah, there we go. There you go, sir. All right, we're looking at the book of Numbers. Numbers, tell me, where did they get this idea? Where did they come up with the name for Numbers? What are we talking about here? The census. Remember, they sent out a census, which, by the way, you all will be proud of me. I did fill out my census on the very last day that you could fill it out, all right? So that was good. I had completely forgot about it, and then I saw something that said, this is the last day to fill out your census, so I did. But there's a lot more that goes on in the book of Numbers than just a census. Now, we talked about right here, fill in, let's see, 14. This are the second two blanks right there. The Israelites begin to complain. Everyone should have your book open to page number 52 and be writing these in here. And the first thing they complained about, they were afraid that they would die in battle with the Canaanites. They would die in battle. That's sort of a serious thing. And they complained to Moses and Aaron they had killed the Lord's people. That's sort of an interesting one because what happened was some people had tried to revolt against them, and they had died. This is a very interesting one. God actually, the Bible says, opened up the earth and it swallowed them. Basically like a whole. But they blame Moses and Aaron for this. So complaining. Now, we talked about this on Friday. More people died in the Old Testament for the sin of complaining than any other. And one of the issues with that is the fact that I struggle with complaining. I don't know if you do or not, but I've got to be honest that I do. There's things I complain about. Some of them are trivial, the weather. Some of them, food. We talked about food. We talked about maybe the house, different things like that. Maybe you complain because you don't have this possession, whatever it is, the newest video game system or whatever it is. There are so many things that we are tempted with to complain about. And it's hard sometimes not to. It really is. You guys are still writing. Some of you are done. On the page right across, page number 53, it asks you a question. It says, give 4 of your biggest complaints. What are 4 things that you say you've complained about often? Now, this is for you. I'm not coming by and examining your 4 complaints. But go ahead and write those in. Maybe for some of you, it's a sibling. It's a rule in your house. It's a meal that you have. I don't know what it is, but I want you to think. What are 4 things that you would say I tend to complain about quite a bit? There's many. I'll tell you something that I tend to complain about too much. I like to be very scheduled. In fact, today I've sort of got a plan for what I'm going to do. In a little bit, I'm going to go up. I've got emails I've got to respond to. Then at 10, I'm going to go out and pass out flyers for a couple of hours. Then I will go out. I've got some visits I want to make a Saturday, calls I need to make, and some letters I'm going to write today. That's my schedule today. Okay? That's what I want to get accomplished today. You know what I don't like? Is when something comes up and changes that schedule. Right? It could be something big, it could be something schedule. I tend to get where I complain a little bit. Now maybe I don't say it out loud, but in my heart I do. When I'm doing something and it takes longer than what I thought. Let me give you an example. I had to go on a trip and I'm on my way back and I'm sitting in traffic. I don't like it. And if I'm not careful, I begin to complain in my heart about all of these cars and these crazy drivers and what are they thinking? It's easy for me to fall into that. Isn't it easy for you? Anybody want to share? You don't have to, but anybody want to share one of your complaints? Yes. School. Not Bible class, right? Oh, okay. Well, the rest of them I can completely understand as long as we're not talking right now. No, I understand. School. Getting up early. Anyone else complain about getting up early when the alarm goes off or whoever it is that comes in your room and wakes you up? You're like, I don't want to get up. One of my kids, when I wake him up, it's like every day, I don't want to go to school anymore. I'm like, well, the good news is you only got several more years. All right, Cody, what is yours?
My parents told me to do a bunch of chores, and I sit down on my bed to take a break for a second and say, Cody, come down here, I'll do some more stuff for you to do.
Okay, so when you finish up and there's chores, right? And by the way, isn't it always seems ironic that the chores have to be done right at like the worst times. I don't know if this ever happened to you. Like you're playing that video game and you're almost there and you hear that call to go take out the garbage and you're like, I don't want, like in your mind you're saying it. All right, that's one for all of us. Bella?
I have feet.
What's that?
I have feet.
You have feet. Okay, well that's a unique one. All right. Yes.
Well, my mom makes me eat Brussels sprouts.
Food, right? If there's a food you don't like, and you've got to eat it, that's a good one. That's one we all battle with. Yeah.
Shrooms.
What are shrooms? Oh, just a mushroom? You don't like mushrooms? Oh, mushrooms are good. Mushrooms are good. There's all these things, right? Listen, no more talking. It's easy to complain. It's very easy. Take your Bibles out. Turn to Philippians chapter number 2. Philippians chapter number 2. Philippians chapter number 2. The next thing it wants you to write down is to write down Philippians chapter number 2. So turn to Ephesians, Philippians is right there. Chapter 2. Look at verse number 14. Verse number 14. That verse down in the blank right there. Philippians 2:14. Do all things without murmurings and disputings. Do all things without murmurings and disputings. Everybody should be writing this verse down. You do need to look it up. Philippians 2:14. Where's your book at? Oh, do that later, okay? She needs it right now because she needs to be writing those verses down right now. Philippians 2:14. Do all things without murmuring and disputings. Now let me ask you this question. As you guys are writing it, some of you are already done, some of you are still writing. What does that mean? What do you think that verse means? Do all things without murmurings and disputings. What do you think it means, Jasmine? Plain argument. Anybody want to add to that?
Don't be angry when you do or be happy when you
Okay. All right. Good. Anybody else? I think we've nailed the definition. Oh yes, go ahead, Emma. Yeah. Philippians 2:14. Do all things without murmurings and disputings. It's right there in your notes. It says, write Philippians 2:14 the following lines. stop. This is going to be, we're going to get really, really super deep here. Okay, so get ready. Okay, this is only for the highly intelligent in this room. All right, so some of you don't even have to listen. No, I'm just joking. All right, give me the definition of the. All right, give me. I know this is like super hard. Somebody raise your hand and give me the definition for the word all. Everything. Is that what you were going to say? What does all mean? All it means, right? I mean, all is everything. Do all things. So what do you think this means? Everything. That means when you eat, when you're doing work, when you're doing chores, everything. Let me ask you this question. Look right above to the 4 things you wrote. Do you think those 4 things fall into the word all? I'm pretty sure that all of them would have to, I haven't, but I'm fairly certain that all of them would have to fall under the word all. Yes? Okay, all right, well, there you go. All of them fall under the word all. Okay? So do all of those things, what is without murmuring? We don't use the word murmuring very much anymore. We would use the word complaining. Now, let me say this. Can you complain? But I'm not supposed to complain even in my heart. Do all things without murmuring and disputing. What does disputing mean? We don't usually use that. Arguing. All things. That would mean all people, one could even say. Now, here's where it gets tough. Your sibling is a person that would fall underneath the heading of all. I know this is shocking, but I'm promising you it would have to fall under the heading of all. So that means even with my sibling, I'm not supposed to go around arguing with them. Now let me ask this question. Why do you think it is that, what do you think grumbling says about your satisfaction with what God has done for you? Why do you think God is so much against complaining? It seems so, I mean, we complain like it's nothing today. I mean, I'm doing terrible. Here's what's wrong with my life. I had to eat Brussels sprouts today. Can you believe it? And you would never imagine the fact that my parents, they actually made me do chores. I mean, what kind of dictators do they think they are? You know, that's how we are. We think nothing about grumbling and complaining. But why does God hate it? Anybody know? Give me an idea, yeah. What's that? Because we have everything we need. Because everything you have. What I don't have. Do you know who I'm really complaining against? God. When I complain about what I do have, do you know who I'm pick them? God. By the way, I know that some of you are in difficult situations. This, God has you there. Now, most of the time we complain it's about silly stuff. Let's just be honest. The children of Israel, they got in trouble for complaining because they didn't have enough food to eat. Can I be honest? I have never complained about not having enough food to eat. I've complained about the food I have to eat. I don't know if anybody else is like days without eating food and been like, if I don't eat soon, I don't know if I'm going to make it. No, I complain because I ate lunch, but now at dinner time, I'm like, man, this isn't my favorite. America, you guys don't compared to the rest of the world. You say, I don't have much. Do you understand you are wealthier than 98% of the world's population with what you have? You say, I don't have anything to wear. Anything to wear because you're on the floor of your room's like a foot deep of clothes. Like, that's why you don't have anything to wear. But we complain too much, and we've got to learn. Tomorrow we'll finish up on that. You guys can be dismissed.
Cleaning house. Watching my little brother. No, no.
Yes, ma'am.
May I get a band-aid out of your
Yep. Okay. Shh. So, word of prayer as we get started this week. Okay? Just stand right there. Father, thank you for today. Thank you for everything. Help us as we begin this week. As we only have a few weeks left of this grading period, help us to stay diligent, focused in on our tasks before us. In that precious name, amen. Okay, take out a piece of paper and a writing utensil. Chase? Chase? Why'd you start talking as soon as I stopped? Prayer. Okay. We generally take reading quizzes from almost every day in here. Almost. So you can try with this. So they're just true and false questions. And right now, I'm just giving extra credit for them. So why don't you try and see what you can do? And then, we'll just call this, you'll, for whatever you get credit, for whatever you get right, it's still extra credit. Okay? So take out a piece of paper. Okay. What? Hi. What? Does everybody have? Let me go live on the notes. Cool. Everybody, 2.2 is due today. Make sure you get it turned in. And then Tyler, when you have, hey, that's one. Tyler, whenever you have something to turn in, the bottom tray, the box is what I call it, is for my class. Okay? Other teachers have theirs, so just turn in your homework there when you're done with it, okay? Okay, 2.2 needs to be turned in today, so make sure you're doing it. Make sure you are checking this sheet, okay? Tyler, this is a missing worksheet. You're not on this yet. Hopefully you won't be, okay? But when you don't have something turned in, I'll put it on this sheet, and then I will cross it off, okay, when it's turned in and finished. But make sure you check that because I've updated it as of this morning, okay? DLs, make sure that things are getting turned in. Hang on, I have a message on here. What does this say? Oh, please. If I could only read it. Okay, bear with me for a second here. I have a security alert here, but I can't. It's not on my computer. Well, it is, but it's not. I hate doing this. I hate computer stuff. Because should I not push this? Oh. Okay, so you're not letting me. Shh. Quiet. Seriously? You're seriously going to do this to me? Okay, DL, I'm going to, ladies, DL, I'm going to shut down here real quick and restart this because something's not letting me do anything. I can't, see, I can't even change slides. So, bear with me. Shh. It won't even let me turn it on.
Press the X.
It won't even give it to me.
Okay. Push it out. That's all the
Huh?
Press the. Okay, no, you're
No, it's not. It's right here. But the problem is. You may be loading content from remote locations which present security risk. You're not enabled to. Okay, I don't want to. See, I don't even have that on mine.
Do you have any tape? Mr. Brown?
What? No, I don't.
Somebody's hacking your
Okay, guys. DLs, just gonna have to bear with me here. When I'm saying DL, it's the distant learners. Okay, so that you're not confused.
Leave me alone for like 5 seconds. Please. I'm trying to do my homework. Why'd you get me? I don't know.
Okay, I'm calling for help, so we'll depends on how long it takes. Shh. Okay. Here's what you need to be doing right now then. Okay. Any missing work that you have, you need to be getting that done. Okay? If you don't have 2.2 done, you need to be getting that done. I'm sure there's something that everyone has something to do. Okay? So please work and just don't goof off or talk. Okay? Because right now my computer is frozen and therefore because of what's on the screen. Okay? I don't know if it's because of the slides that I have on this or what. So I'm going to turn this down. It's hot in here. I would like to.
Mr. Pearl would get mad. He'd be like, you guys need to stop touching the thermometer or whatever it is. Air conditioning. Yeah. And then we go get the mirrors. Pretty much
What? Really?
Did not.
Yes, I did. I have them graded.
Do you have them?
I'm pretty sure.
If you have them, show me.
I did the 2.2.
Is it graded?
2.1.
Was it graded? Okay. Chase, that's one for you this hour.
Wait, that's mine. Whoops.
I'll get it back to you.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
can we write these
You can, if you want to. I mean, that's what I do that for, so that you can write it on there. So, but it's up to you. Oh, he's in 6th grade. Okay. And he's free. Yes, ma'am. Did I give it back to you already? Because some have turned it in early, so let me check. Yes.
Definitions of the different skills
Yeah.
instead of
Yeah. Erica? No, I do not have it yet. Unless you put it in here.
So she has the first page, so you can copy the first page.
Okay. I'm stuck. Can't do anything. Okay. Dales, I'm not sure how long this is going to take. Okay. Because of what's on the screen right now, I can't do anything. I have no idea. I have no idea what's going on. I'm trying to get help, so. Well, yeah, because this is on my computer for somehow, not his. So, so we'll see. Just hang in there, okay? Hopefully, we'll have class today. Yeah. Take a look at that, because that's not letting me do anything. I can't even get out of it. And it's probably on here.
Yep.
So the only thing I can think of is some slides that I did, some pictures.
There you go.
Well, do you think it'll come back?
Uh,
I have no idea what it was.
all I did was just scroll over, hit enable, and then okay.
But then, okay. I thought I tried to hit enable, but I guess I wasn't doing it right.
To move the mouse over there, it's actually over here. So you gotta slide the mouse.
Oh,
over
that's
here
right, for up there.
For up there, yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you. Okay. Okay, class, DLs, we're back in business, so do your reading quiz. Shh. Whoa, hey, I didn't say talk. I didn't ask for a response. I just asked you to do your reading quiz. Okay, that's all. Yes, sir.
Cool in your new class. Hey, that AC guy's here. He's gonna check out on your room, and he's checking the one
Okay.
in the sixth grade room. When's the last time yours was acting up where it was kind of warm? Do you remember? It's been a little while.
Been a few days,
Okay,
yeah.
he's gonna basically check the freon. That's what he's thinking on both. So
Okay.
pretty much what you know is here.
Okay, it was working this morning, so.
Yeah, this one was too, even the one that was out Friday. So
Yeah.
it never. It's like
Never
a car
know.
for the mechanic.
Right.
All right, man.
Okay. Yeah, yeah. So Tyler, you want to try and do this today? You don't have to. It's up to you. It's just going to be extra credit for you. So if you want to do that, that's fine too, today.
Mr. Brown, I'm like on number 6 and 7. I was like, it cannot be that easy, but then can it? I feel like it's not that, but then it's that. So what do I do? What?
Even I know that's not true.
Flip a coin.
Oh,
50-50 chance. Okay. Shh. No, I don't. Flip Nico instead. If he lands bottom up, then it's false. If he lands head up, then it's true.
I don't feel comfortable with flipping it, so Jackson will get mad.
What if he flips it and then it lands, but neither of these
Oh, we
down
got
and
it.
just going like that instead of like that?
Okay. Shh. Okay, everybody.
I'm not going.
I know. Quiet down. Now, what did I do with my pen? There it is. Shh. Ladies, about to get a check. Cody, about to get your second.
I need to do something.
Don't do it to back.
I know my voice cracks. It doesn't go.
Who is not finished? Okay. Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Do you have anything you need passed out?
Nope. Already been done.
Sitting is boring.
Sorry. Just be patient. I don't know. We'll find out. You done, Emma? Okay. Yes, ma'am. Are you gonna have homework? Yeah. Can you get candy? Candy? No.
I'm gonna do it now.
Can I go get some?
Some candy?
Change the first scan. It's hyper.
We don't. I don't have candy.
You don't have candy anymore? So if I got some, that would be okay. Did you ever reopen your candy thing?
No.
Yeah. We could all just bring like a little. What candy thing? Yeah.
The birthday thing is coming.
Wait, my birthday's on Wednesday.
It's just. I got behind the 8 ball, and that's a tough one to get going. We'll take care of you. We'll take care of you. Okay. Well, we'll. Shh. Emma, are you done? Almost.
She's a date leader. That's what he does.
She's very thorough. That's what you're saying?
No, she's a day older than me.
Oh.
Yes, you.
She gave me leftover dinner stuff that I don't really think about.
Why weren't you here for another
DL, sorry about the soul confusion. Oh. DL's, and you can't read the third or the last two questions, so they are this, okay? Let me read them. Shh. Everybody please be quiet. Question number 9. And I'm reading these to the DLs because my picture is covering them. It says the type of volcano that pours out large quantities of highly fluid of lava is in rather mild eruptions. That should be mild, not mild. Is a shield volcano. Okay. Let's just do this for right now. There you go. I'll do that. Good bothering you guys. Okay, now you can read 9 and 10. Okay. Sorry about that. I'll move it back down, I guess, here in a little bit. Done? Okay. DLs will give you 1 minute to answer those two questions since it was my fault. Okay. Okay. Here are your answers. Okay.
Volcanoology is a real thing. I got 2 wrong. I got 2 wrong.
Okay. Shh. The only person I would like talking right now is the person who I call to give me how many extra credit points they get. That's it. No one else needs to be talking. Micah? 8, okay. Erica? Cody?
9.
Jasmine? Natalie? Destiny? Chase? Ariana? Okay. Brianna? And Cheyenne? Bella? Jose? Jason? Jezreel? Jaden?
8.
Emma? 10? John? Hudson? Emily? Nico? You didn't do it today? Okay. Okay. Let's see what we can get done in 9 minutes today, okay? Luckily, the lesson's not that long, but we'll see what we can do. Okay, just a quick review. So first of all, what... I gotta move it again to the DLs. Okay, there we go. Okay, question. What type of system is buildings constructed on bedrock? Okay, a fixed base system. What type of system where buildings rest on, what is the system where buildings rest on isolators that absorb the seismic energy?
Isolator system.
Base isolated. What are the devices that are added to structures to absorb some of the seismic energy which lessens the stress on the building, minimizing deformation?
Isolator.
I know something like shock absorbers? No.
Energy dissipating devices. Okay. Talking about volcanoes today. Okay. 2. Next one gives you demerit. Let's see what happens here. That was the plan.
I have a question.
Mm. Okay, now I just did. Okay, we're gonna go on because I gotta figure out how to do this now. This thing is changing my whole plan. So, okay, volcanoes, those violent vents. Okay, a volcano is just an opening in the Earth's surface through which hot gases, ash, and molten rock are ejected from the Earth's interior. Okay. So as you can see, I was going to show you footage of Mount St. Helens exploding. Okay, which was back when I was in college. So we're looking at the later 70s, early 80s. Okay, but it still anonymous effect that goes on. So what are some of the characteristics of volcanoes? First of all, you have the vent, okay? That's the channel in a volcano through which gases, ash, and molten rock are ejected from the Earth's interior. Tyler, we are on page 11 of your notes, okay? 11 of the notes, not the book, okay? Nope. What you were filling out earlier, the paper. Yeah. Page 11, okay? Okay. Give you a moment to get there. Page 11. Is that where we're at? This volcanoes? Okay. So we're on 2A. This is vent. Did you get everything else so far? Volcano was number 1. Okay. And then 2A is the vent. Okay. Okay. So we're talking about this right here, the vent that is coming up through the surface, and where it's going to form. If it's just lava flowing, it's going to cool down, and then it's going to form another layer on top of that volcano. Generally, on a coned volcano, that would happen. Okay. The magma is the liquid of rock that flows out. Okay. That's the hot ash, okay, that you would see there. So in this case, it's the red, okay, that's coming out of the volcano. Molten rock beneath the surface of the earth. Third one, letter C, is the magma charter, or chamber, excuse me. Okay, it's the reservoir of the magma beneath the surface. So we're talking about down here at the very bottom, where it's all steaming up, where it all starts, basically. Okay. We'll get as far as we can. Okay, so a cone. A cone is a mountain produced by the solid materials ejected from the volcano. Okay, so at one point in time, all volcanoes, or at least as far as I know, all volcanoes were flat. And then it would spew out its lava. And the more it spewed out, the higher the dome got on the volcano. And that's what we're talking about, the cone of it, okay? So the study of volcanoes, it is volcanology. It is not studying Dr. Spock or Mr. Spock on Star Trek, even though he was a Vulcan. Okay? This is volcanology, studying of volcanoes and the related phenomena around them. Okay? A volcanologist is the scientist who studies those volcanoes. Okay, this is a good spot. Tomorrow we'll pick up on the types of volcanoes. Okay, and then we'll proceed on into lesson 25 tomorrow also. Okay, DLs, sorry about all the confusion, but that's going to conclude today's lesson. Tune in tomorrow for another episode of volcanology. We'll see you later.
Hello? Okay. All right. Looks like it's working. For those of you on distance learning, please comment if you can hear me. Okay. For those of you in class, you should be writing down your homework. Okay, or have your writing pads out for this week. So your test in grammar is on Thursday. Okay, that's test 2 over units 1 through 3. Okay, and then over sections 1 through 4. So that would be capitalization, manuscript form. Jose, please sit down. Okay, punctuation. All right. And then make sure you know that there is your essay. Okay, then there is the writing process, the paragraph. Okay, Cody, please write this down. Okay, sections 1 through 4, the writing process, the paragraph, the summary. Okay, for those of you in the blue book, it's the same concepts. Okay, but it is the writing process, the paragraph, the summary, and an outline. Okay, that will be on your test on Thursday. All right, make sure you know how to do the singular possessive of words, the plural possessive of words. All right, punctuation. All right, make sure you know what goes at the end of an interrogative sentence, class. What goes on the end? A question mark. Okay, what about a declarative sentence? What goes on the end? A period, an imperative. Okay, if it's very forceful, it's an exclamatory or exclamation point. All right, but if it's just telling you to do something and it's not as as strongly emphasized, you can put a period at the end of an imperative sentence. Okay. Make sure that you know where quotation marks go at the end of a sentence and in the sentence. Okay. Make sure you know parenthetical expressions. Okay, what you need to set those off. Parenthetical expressions can be set off as parentheses, obviously parenthetical expressions. When to use a colon before a quotation mark or after a quotation mark or something. When to use colons, when to use commas. Okay, what ellipses points are used to indicate. So I know some of you guys don't have ellipses points in your book, but if you guys have a question on that, I can tell you. Okay, remember you use those to indicate sentences of a quotation that have been taken out or, different things like that. Okay, again, punctuation. I need your hyphens, your dashes, what to underline. Okay, know the differences of what to underline and what to put in quotation marks, okay? So some of the works that you need to underline would be titles of long books, ships, trains, airplanes, titles of those. What would you put in quotation marks? Anybody know? Okay, dialogue, quotations, but what would you put in quotation marks? Erica? Good. Short poems, short stories, plays, works of art. Okay? Those what you would put in quotation marks. Know what to put, what to underline or italicize. Okay? When it comes to your outline, your summary, okay, know what a brief composition is. That states the main ideas of a longer work. Class, what is that? What is a brief composition that states the main ideas of a longer work? A summary, okay? Make sure you know what type of sentence ends with a question mark. What is that? Interrogative, good. What punctuation ends an exclamatory sentence, class? An exclamation point, good. What type of numerals are used for the main points of an outline? Roman numerals, okay? Remember Roman numerals, they designate the main points. Then the subpoints are what? Do you guys know? Good. Capital letters, all right? Then the points under those are numbers, but you need to know What type of numerals state the main points of an outline, okay? Then you need to know the two kinds of outlines. Who can give me one outline, Brianna? One kind of outline. Okay, this one uses words and phrases to state the points. Okay, Bella? Topical outline. Hudson, what's the other one? Sentence outlines, okay? So those are pretty self-explanatory. Sentence outlines have complete sentences in them. Topical outlines use words and phrases, okay? What term means that the points on an outline are all grammatically similar? Okay, so what are we looking for within an outline? Starts with a P. If one point starts with or ends with an ing, your next point wants or needs to end in an ing. Same thing. If it starts with the word to, the next point has to be with the word to. Emma? Parallelism, okay? Parallelism means that the points on an outline are all grammatically similar. John, are you writing all this down? No, make sure you are. I'm giving you what's on your test. Okay? Parallelism means the points on an outline. So what I mean by that is if your point is, and you're talking about, let's say, how to drive safely, okay? Your first point would be looking or checking both mirrors, okay? Then I would say whatever that. My second point would be looking before you enter the street, okay? My first point is checking. My second point is looking. Notice how those both end in ing. That's called parallelism. It all needs to be grammatically similar, okay? And then capitalization. Make sure you guys know what to capitalize. You need to capitalize languages, where to capitalize parts of quotation marks, different things like that. Any holidays that need to be capitalized. And then, like I said before, your manuscript form, you just need to know what needs to be spelled out, what needs to be written out in words, not numbers. And then you need to know how to do commas within a letter, okay? So colons are used to introduce or write a formal letter. Commas are just friendly letters like Dear Bella, comma. But if I were writing to maybe, if I were writing a formal note to an office, I would say to whom it may concern, and then I would put a colon there. Just know where commas go, okay? That is it for your grammar test. All right, today we are going to take our quiz 5 used as a worksheet, but before we do, okay, make sure you are studying for your test on Thursday. That is units 1 through 3, sections 1 through 4. We just went over that. Okay, and then your of places test is on Wednesday. Okay, so let's go through our test or our book in unit 2. Okay, make sure you know the authors of the works in unit 2. Okay, the authors to know. All right, this is for Wednesday, so make sure you guys know what you are studying, okay? Make sure you guys know the plot of the Pine Tree Shillings. All right? We kind of already know that one. That's a story that was one of our interesting stories. What did Captain Hull give his daughter's husband on their wedding day? Brianna? Good. He gave him Betsy's weight in shillings or silver, okay? Emily, what did the Lady of Shalott do which caused the curse to come upon her? Good. She looked down on Camelot. She wasn't supposed to do that, okay? She also looked at Sir Lancelot. All right, make sure you guys know that. Make sure you know the literary terms of protagonist and antagonist, okay? The exposition of a story, we kind of studied what an exposition of a story is, right? Know who the ladies were in Men of Iron and their relationship to each other, okay? Men of Iron, that's the one where Miles was, he hopped over the wall. sure you know who wrote it. That story is on page 58. Okay, page 50. Okay, that one is assonance. Assonance is the repetition of initial vowel sounds, okay? Make sure you know the differences between those. Okay, know the characters in the Pine Tree Shillings, and then know, I think we kind of studied this before we went into the Tale of Two Cities, but who remembers what historical event this took place during? Someone besides Bella. Remember? Think of the plot. Okay, he was in jail. He was sentenced to the guillotine. Micah? The French Revolution during the Reign of Terror, okay? So make sure you remember that. Okay, so we did study, or we went over the different aspects of maturity that we saw in Miles, okay? Who can give me one aspect of maturity? Hudson? Good, he took the blame for going into the garden. Emma, what's another way that we saw? Good. He was very respectful. Remember, the Earl of Mackworth said he had gentle blood. Okay, he was very respectful. What was one other thing that we saw where he showed maturity? Chase?
He stood up to the Earl about his father.
Good. He defended his father. Good. Anything else? Okay, let's turn to page number 52. Okay. Okay, mark this in your books. Page number 52. One way that he showed maturity. Page 52. Okay, we said that Miles told the truth. That is on the left-hand column. Okay, where he says, "Nay, said he at last, she belieth herself. It was I who first came into the garden. I fell by chance from the tree yonder." That was where he took the blame. He told the truth. That is on the left-hand column towards the end. Okay, it starts with the paragraph, Miles hesitated for a moment. You guys see that? Okay, so highlight that. That is where he told the truth. All right, then a few stanzas later on the right-hand side, it says, Miles picked with nervous fingers a crack in the oaken post against which he leaned. You guys see that at the top of the page 52 on the right-hand column? Okay, it's after another pause of silence follow. That's the second stanza. Okay, highlight, mayhap thou wilt kill me, said he at last in a dull, choking voice. Okay, he's just saying, I know that you're going to kill me, or he said, just go ahead and kill me because I broke the rules. So that was, he didn't make any excuses. Okay, all right. Then you see number 3, again the Earl smiled a grim smile. Nay, said he, I would not slay thee, for thou hast gentle blood. Okay, that is the third excuse. Thou hast gentle blood. That means he was very respectful. Okay? And then the last one, if you guys skim all the way to the bottom, okay, the paragraph before he said he had just sense enough to stop there. So the paragraph before, The fear Miles had felt was now beginning to dissolve in rising wrath. Nay, said he stoutly, I be no lord and I be no prince, but I be good as thou. For am I not the son of my one time very true comrade, and thy kinsman, to wit, the Lord Falworth, whom, as thou knowest, is poor and broken and blind and helpless and outlawed? So that's where he's defending his father. So that is the fourth one. He's taking up defense for his father. So that is the fourth way he showed maturity. Okay, so that are the 4 ways where he showed maturity, okay? And you need to summarize their conversation and illustrate 2 ways, at least 2 ways, that relate Miles' actions to the theme of the story. So the theme of the story is Miles showing maturity. You need to illustrate 2 ways, at least 2 ways where he showed maturity, okay? So that is your test on Wednesday. Make sure you are studying for that, okay? Then your quiz is on Friday, list 6, but we will go over that tomorrow. Okay, but go ahead and prepare for your grammar quiz. Okay, it is quiz 5 used as a worksheet. You can keep your books out. All right. For those of you in distance learning, I'll send that to you in a second, but go ahead and put everything away except your grammar books. Okay, this is quiz 5 over quotation marks, apostrophes, parentheses, and ellipses. So for those of you who don't exactly have the book that has ellipses in it, you can come up and ask me, and then I'll try to help you as much as I can. But go ahead. Yes, go ahead and grab your grammar books, and then you can use your grammar books to find rules, okay, that would illustrate the answers for the quiz, okay? Just turn it in after, okay? Because I said to turn it in at the beginning. Okay. Tyler, do you want to try to take this in your grammar book, or not really? Okay. So it is in Unit 3. You can look for the page on Unit 3, okay? It is on page number 18, and then it's just asking you like how the quotation marks are used, and then the correct choice of quotation marks, okay? Oh, I'm sorry. There you go. Jose, can you pass this down to Erica? So I'm giving you 3. Cheyenne and Jezreel, did I give you guys some? John, can you pass these down to Cheyenne and Jezreel as well? Nico, can you pass these down? Here you go. Pass it to Ari. Pass that down to Jason. Pass this down to Hudson. Okay, if you have any questions, please ask. But everyone should do well because you have your grammar book open, okay? For those of you distance learning, I will send these to you right after this class period, okay?
All right, welcome to pre-algebra. Let's get out our stuff. We're on page 69 of our textbooks. We're on 2.3 mixed measures. 2.3 mixed measures. I am aware I'm skipping up level up 2.2. For those of you interested in historical and biblical measures, silence. Sit down. Get out your book. We are on page 69 of our textbook, 2.3 mixed measures. For those of you interested in biblical or historical measures, or both, you can see those on pages 67 and 68. If you've ever wondered what a furlong is, or a shekel, or a span, or a cubit. Anyway, so all that's there. I'm not going to go through it in here because I don't want to get us off track, and because we desperately need to make up time somewhere. So we're going to go ahead and just move right on to 2.3 mixed numbers. Okay. A mixed number is a measure with 2 or more units, such as 6 yards, 1 foot. Okay, that's what we mean when we say mixed measure. Where it would be something like 6 yards and 1 foot, where you need more than just the one measurement to accurately convey it. Some single unit measures can be converted to mixed measures. For example, since 110 seconds has more than 60 seconds, it can be converted to a mixed measure of minutes and seconds. We can divide the 110 by 60, since 1 minute is 60 seconds, to get a remainder of 50. Then write the larger unit with the quotient and the smaller unit with the remainder. The mixed measure would be 1 minute, 50 seconds. Why is this like this? Just let me get to my doc. Why is this a problem? Hide. Like, this is a nice whiteboard software, but man, does it have its quirks. All right. We are in chapter 1. No, we're in chapter 2 now. All right, so for example, then if we're told to convert 17 cups to pints and cups, okay, so we have 17 cups. In order to convert this, how many pints are in a cup? Or how many cups are in a pint? That's the way we need to word that. 2. All right, so all we're going to do is we're going to say, all right, 2 goes into 17 how many times? So how many times does 2 go into 17? 8. 8 times 2 is? Okay, so I have 8 pints, because that's what I just converted to, with 1 cup left over. All right, does that make sense? Pretty straightforward? Okay, so we can have leftovers like that. We just treat a remainder as still the original unit. Okay? Or we would have 8.5 pints if we wanted to go straight to pints. Does that make sense? Okay? But sometimes mixed measures are necessary. So, for example, in the addition of mixed measures, really? Okay. Go there. There we go. If we add mixed measures, for example, if I'm adding 1 minute and 50 seconds, time is honestly the most often time we do this, okay? But with 1 minute 50 seconds plus 1 minute and 40 seconds, I would get 2 minutes and 90 seconds. However, do we tell time like that? No, so that's a problem. So we have an extra minute. Does that make sense? So we're going to add 1 minute and 30 seconds. We're going to get rid of the 90. We're basically subtracting out 60 seconds, aka 1 minute. Good? Okay, so that gives us 3 minutes and 30 seconds, or if we wanted to, we could say 3.5 minutes. Okay, pretty straightforward. All right, let's look at multiplication. When we multiply each individual thing as if the units were not there. So 6 times 3 is 18, and we just bring it down. We don't carry. Let me say that again. We do not carry when we're multiplying mixed measures unless there's multiple digits within a unit. Good? Okay. So 6 times 3, 18. The whole 18 gets brought down and said that's 18 quarts. Then we take 6 times 2. That gives us 12 gallons. Okay, so for example, if you were trying to make 6 times the recipe, you would do something like this. Then, of course, 18 quarts, well, that's multiple gallons within there. Specifically, there's 4 gallons in there with 2 left over. Okay, does that make sense? So, since there's 4 gallons with 2 left over, we say then it's 16 gallons and 2 quarts. All right, so far so good? Y'all with me? Head's hurting a little? Okay, cool. All right. What? Oh, whoops, wrong one. All right, let's go back to this. Why do we have to do this? Okay. All right, so example B. All right, convert 4 gallons into quarts to a single unit measure. Now, when we ask for this, it either means we're going to go completely to gallons or completely to quarts. Now, did they tell me which one? No. Then do yourself a favor and pick the smaller one. Okay? Because if all I want is in the same unit, it's a lot easier to get gallons to quarts than it is to get quarts to gallons when you have a part of one. Now, this one isn't particularly hard. It's 4.5 gallons. Does that make sense? But, in general, we want to go to the smaller one unless we're told otherwise. So, we have 4 gallons equals how many quarts? We basically ignore the 2 extra until the very end. Okay? So, 4 gallons. What goes on bottom? What unit? Gallon. I get what on top? Quarts. Now, I've been kind of doing this in the head, but then I realized I should have actually probably been writing this out the whole time, but oh well. All right, so how many quarts are in a gallon? 4 quarts, 1 gallon. The 1 ends up on the bottom because the gallon is the bigger unit. All right, so gallon gets canceled. 4 times 4 is? 16. Am I done? No, because I had 2 left over that I was ignoring until the very end. Okay? Too many people will just go, oh, that's 16 quarts, and then move on. And it's like, no, it's not. It's 18 quarts. Okay? We have 16 plus 2. We have 16 quarts plus 2 quarts, which then gives me 18 quarts. Does that make sense? Okay? So that's the idea. Now, with subtracting, we may have to borrow. That's not the right one. There we go. With subtracting, we may have to borrow. Okay? That's just the thing you're going to have to deal with and get over. All right? So, here's the idea. All right, let's go ahead and zoom into this picture. Okay, or to this thing. Can I just do that? Thanks. Cool. All right, cool. Let's look at this. All right. Notice that I can't take 4 minus 6. It's not a thing we can do, right? Okay, so I'm going to have to borrow. So I'm going to borrow 1 cup. 1 cup is how many ounces? 8. So I have to take my 8 plus the 4 that's there to get 12. Does that make sense? Okay, so you can't just throw 1 over there like we like to with numbers. Okay, you have to put how many? Does that make sense? We've already discussed this already with other things. So we end up with 12 minus 6, which is 6. 10 minus 2, which is 8. So it's 8 cups, 6 fluid ounces, again, or 8.5 cups. All right, moving on. Where is this? Go away. Okay. And nope. All right, so let's go back to, oh goodness, come on. This is supposed to be easier than this. All right. Finding elapsed time. The common use of subtracting mixed measures is finding the elapsed time between 2 events. To find the elapsed time, elapsed just means the time that has passed. Okay? So we just say it's elapsed. It has gone through. Does that make sense? So, to find when it's both AM and PM, when they're both the same, we just subtract like a mixed measure. For example, Sarah's dad told her that he would pay her $8 an hour to work in the shop. Sarah worked from 8:15 a.m. until 11:03 a.m. when she stopped for lunch. Find out how much time Sarah worked, subtract the start time from the end time, as we'll show here. So she ended at 11:03, she started at 8:15, and we just subtract like normal. Now, when I have to borrow here, I cannot borrow and put a 10, even though it's just a colon. I have to say, all right, I'm borrowing 1 hour, which is 60 minutes. Does that make sense? Then I can borrow like normal. So I can borrow from the 6 and get 5. So 13 minus 5 is what? 8. 5 minus 1? 4. 10 minus 8? 2. So 2 hours, 48 minutes. Okay, we wouldn't normally write it as a time like this. We'd normally write hours and minutes. But anyway, we're going to move on. However, if we're going from AM to PM or PM to AM, we have to first find the elapsed time from the start until 12, then add the difference to the whole final time. So, for example, if she also worked after lunch from 11:33 to 4:15, let's find out how many hours that is. Well, first of all, we have to find it to noon, because after noon it starts over, right? Okay, so we find it till noon. Okay, so we have 12 o'clock minus 11:33. 10 minus 3 is? 5 minus 3? So 27 minutes there. Okay, so far so good? Then we add the end time. It was 4:15 p.m. So 4 hours 15 minutes gets added. Okay, 7 plus 5 is 12. Carry the 1. 4 hours 42 minutes. Does that make sense? Yes. That was the other part. She worked from 11:33 to 4:15 p.m. So we have to use noon as the breaker. So the 4:15 comes from noon to 4:15 is 4 hours and 15 minutes. Because noon is a 0 in time. It's weird. Yes. That's me borrowing from the 6 so I can subtract the 3. Does that make sense? All right, any other questions? Okay, one other thing I want to point out here, the book doesn't mention this, but it's a lot easier than doing it in 2 steps, at least to me, personally. Okay, asterisk, whatever. You can do it if you want to. You don't have to do it if you don't want to. But we could also consider 4:15 in military time. Okay, which you just had 12. So we could go, instead of from 4:15, we could say 16:15 minus the start time of 11:33. And this is why a lot of companies will use military time when they're working on payroll, because it's a lot faster. Okay, you'll still get 4:42 when you subtract. All right, so that, if you want it in a single step and understand military time, go for it, or 24-hour time, whichever way you want to call it, because it gets called both. Or you can use noon as your divider. Okay, good, cool. All right, division of mixed measures. Yes, okay. We still divide just like normal. And so let's illustrate this here though, okay? So if I have 4, it goes into 9 yards and 12 inches. Well, 4 goes into 9 2 times. That gives me 8 yards, so I have 1 yard left over, okay? 4 can't go into 1, right? So when I go through and to divide, I'm gonna have to make that inches. So 1 yard is 36 inches. Does that make sense? Then I add that to my 12 inches. Then we get 48 inches. Does that make sense? Because I can't just bring down a number because we're not in base 10. So we have to add them together. Okay, do you guys see that? See the difference here? We take this 12 plus the 36 inches we brought over from the other measurement. We get 48 inches. And then 4 goes into 48 inches 12 times. Okay? Okay, I'm seeing a lot of glazed over eyes. Is it clear as mud? There we go. Someone got it. Okay. Yeah, that's kind of the point. It's meant to be a joke. Okay. Sorry. Goodness.
We're not smart. Not very smart. What isn't clear?
Yeah, that was the point. All right. So anyway, moving on.
So that means that nobody understands.
No, that was okay. You're overthinking it. All right. So at this point, you guys need to work on practice 2.3 because it's one of those things that makes a whole lot more sense when you start doing it. Okay, practice 2.3. And then, let's see here. I don't want you guys to do all like 44 problems. Let's just do odds. You're doing the entire practice that does include the review section. Okay? So you're doing practice numbers 1 through 44 odds.
Wait, is this homework?
Yes.
Can we do evens so we can actually write it?
Oops. O-D-D-S. You know what? Yeah, I'll allow it. All right, evens or bonus? All right, distance learners, I'll see you guys later.
Hello. There we go. All right. We're going to pray for our test, and then we're going to take it. Okay, you guys should have the maps. I won't do that. Okay, you should have the maps as well. Distant learners, I sent the test, and then I sent a file of the maps. The one map that has 8 questions on it goes to the map that has 8 numbers. The one that has numbers on it, because I sent them in 2 different files, so you have those. Make sure you do those and turn those in. For those who are here, we're going to pray and then take the test. If you have any questions during the test, you may raise your hand or walk up to the front of the room and ask. Any prayer requests before we start? Any prayer requests before we start? Yes, sir. Any prayer requests? John. All right, let's pray, and then we will begin. Dear Father, Lord, thank you for this beautiful day and this week, Lord, that we get to be here at school in person. Thank you for the weekend, the rest that we got to have, the memories, the fun. But please help all of us be able to focus in as it is a Monday coming off the weekend. Please bless all the kids with this test, Lord, the things that we studied in class last week on Friday, and hopefully during the weekend as well. Please just give them remembrance of the things that we went over. Please bless them this week, Lord, and with health in school. Please help us to be able to work our best in anything we do. That should be our goal, whether it's school, sports, work, anything we do. Please help us to be able to do our best at that. Please help any prayer requests the kids might have, Lord, because you know all of our needs and our thoughts. Please just bless them, Lord. Show that you care for them. Give them wisdom throughout the week. And in Jesus' name we pray, amen. All right, usually during prayer, we're not messing around or doing anything. Okay, that's just respectful. But we're going to take the test. Distant learners, if you have any questions, let me know. I sent that stuff over to you. You should have gotten both. If not, just let me know. I'll try to send it again. But you should have that. You may begin. Make sure you turn those things in so you can get grades for everything. And make sure you say that you're in the chat so I can put you attendant in class. But that's all for you, and we'll see you tomorrow.